sure I catch all the ones. Okay. The time is now 5 p.m. I call this meeting in the Granbury Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, and that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551. The board will now adjourn into executive session pursuant to the following sections. Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, consider personnel recommendations and catastrophic leave request. Section 551.072, discuss sale of real property consisting of 7 acres, more or less, of unimproved property in Hood County, described in Lot 2, Block 1, Acton Elementary School addition, located 2850 Acton School Road, Granbury, Texas. And Section 551.071, consultation with legal counsel regarding a special education matter and community grievance. The time is now 5:01. Please excuse us for being a little late. We had a lot to do in closed session. So at this time, it is 6:10, and yeah, it was a long session. And we are now back into open session, and we are going to start with Invocation by Courtney. Oh, you're going to have Nancy do it? Okay.
Please pray with me. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, how thankful we are for the opportunity to be here today to look at the needs and see all the things that we are able to do for the students and the children in our community. Lord, we thank you for our students, our teachers, our staff. We thank you for everyone that has a hand in some way or another to educate our children. Lord, we just pray that you'll be with us tonight, be with us in the coming months ahead as we have important decisions to make. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. And now we have our pledges by the Bronner Elementary School.
Hello, good evening, Dr. Dixon and the Board of Trustees. Thank you so much for allowing us to be here tonight. I am Sandy Ruiz, the proud principal of Bronner Elementary, and I brought with me our student council officers, so I will pass the mic to them and allow them to introduce themselves, and then they will lead us in the pledges.
Hi, I am the Bronner Student Council President Prey, and my favorite thing about Bronner is how involved we are with Granbury sports. With me today, I have our Vice President named Stella.
Hi, I'm Stella, and my favorite thing about Bronner is how our admin and special teachers work hard to make things outside the classroom fun.
And this is our Secretary, Hank.
Hi, my name is Hank, and this is my first year here at Bronner, and it has been great.
This is also our historian, Jessica.
Hi, I'm Jessica. My favorite thing about Bronner is how special our campus is. For example, we get to have football Friday.
And thank you to our school board for inviting us here today.
Will you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now for the Texas Pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Will you please remain standing for the moment of silence?
You may now be seated.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, let's go ahead and come around. We want to meet you.
That's even better. I'm going to let you shake.
I love having students here. And another thing I love is going ahead and swearing in new elected trustees. So, Mr. Bolter, why don't you go down here? And I understand that Judge Haddix is here today. Oh, there he is. We're going to take care of this first, and then we'll do the next. Thank you so much for being here today.
of the state of Texas, and I will, to the best of my ability, serve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state and of the Granbury Independent School District. So help me God. Good luck.
We'll do it all three of you, and then just you and. Ready? All right, and you show y'all too.
And at this time, we would like to recognize Melanie Graff for her time. Is she here today?
Thanking her for her 3 years of service to our community. There you go. And here is your
All right, so from here, we are going to go on to our Achievement Spotlight. And the first person I would like to see is Mrs. Julia Pinnell with the Veteran Day Memorial Essay winners.
You know, it's always best when it's about the students.
Absolutely.
You should have up there, these are copies of some of the essays. So they're all different, so take them. Over 400 students entered the essay contest this year. So it's my pleasure because we talk about last things, and I'm giving the reign over. So with tears in my eyes, this will be the last one that I'll be doing. Acting Superintendent Dr. Ann Dixon, Chairperson Townsend, and GISD trustee members sitting on the dais. I'm Julia Pinnell, Community Representative for the J.C. Campbell Essay Contest. Thank you for allowing us to once again present our campus and MCJROTC winners for this year who wrote about Veterans Day. As always, Renee Jackson, I have to tell you, you have a jewel in Renee Jackson. She doesn't like me to brag on her, but she is exceptional to work with. And so you're really blessed to have her. We had our actual ceremony a few minutes ago out in the foyer, so to speed up the time for you. However, I would like to recognize our sponsors, MOA, Judge Ron Messengill, Carrie Bellamy, and my husband and I, that we have the opportunity to financially sponsor the winners. Now you get the opportunity to meet them in person. So I would like to present to you, and they're going to come up here and face forward, as I call you, from the MCJROTC District winner, Madeline Schmidt. From the campus winner, AMS 6th grade, Kai Ellis. Our campus winners from GMS, Jasper Homer, 8th grade. From GHS, Ronnie Graves, 12th grade. And from our Stars Academy, Kylie Camp. You know, sometimes we forget to do this, but they have a lot of family here. Could we ask their family to stand up, and so we can recognize them? So now it's your turn to have the pleasure of meeting Madeline, Kai, Jasper, Ronnie, and Kylie Camp. Go shake their hands and then come back for a group picture. If you get an opportunity, their essays are on big boards out in the hall out here. Stop and read it as you leave. And the wall decorations was done by one of our campus. First Lieutenant Madeline Schmidt. So if you'll face out this way. Can we get Renee up here with them?
Pinch in. Pinch in. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3, hold. Got it.
Good, sorry.
Thank you so much, Julia. Next, we have Kylie Peterson for the GHS DECA Club Officers for the National DECA Month.
Good evening, Madam President, Interim Superintendent, Trustees of the Board. My name is Kylie Peterson. I am the Business Marketing and DECA Advisor up at Granbury High School. And our mothership of the DECA National Office issues a challenge every November to represent DECA in the community and tell people what we are about. So for the past couple of years, we've come to the November school board meeting to toot our horn a little bit. So we're back. This past couple of years, we have just grown in membership and what we're accomplishing. The kids that have graduated out of DECA, what they're doing now in their colleges and the workforce. So yeah, we're going to toot our horn a little bit. Just give you a little bit of background. When I started 5 years ago, I was challenged to bring back DECA. And 3 years ago, I got 7 kids to trust me. Of the 7 that went to district, 6 went to state, and 1 went to international our first year. So not bad. And so the second year, our membership grew. We grew to about 40 members. We had 7 go to state. Our school store, the Anchor Store, got certified as a gold level school-based enterprise. And so we do compete every year at the international level with our school store. Last year, we took 38, I think, to district, and we took 16 to state. So what we're doing in the business pathway at Granbury High School obviously works. Our kids can compete, not only at the district, but the state and the international level, and we are making our footprint all across the country, from Orlando to Anaheim and to Atlanta, Atlanta. So this year, we have accomplished even more. This year, I've kind of stood back and said, you know what, it needs to be student-led. We've kind of built a program. I'm going to kind of step off and let them lead the chapter. So this year, as of right now, we're at 115 student members. We've hit the century member chapter mark. We've also competed in community service. Jane, one of our officers, she put together our canned food drive, and we donated 1,500 cans to Mission Granbury last week. We've done an ethical leadership campaign right now, which is something that we are challenged by the mothership. So my Anchor Store has put together projects. We've done interviews of business members, and you'll see some of that coming up this week. We're actually going to First National Bank and doing a panel interview. So there's a lot of things that they're doing this year. I know several of you attended the Cove. That was a brand new homecoming tradition that we introduced. That was complete student. Everyone's like, oh, great idea. No, that wasn't me. That was a student decision, student-led, student planned, student executed. We were in the homecoming parade. The float, you can tell, it was student-led, but we were there. So I'm pretty proud this year to say that we are student-led, and I've got some really great things that are going to happen. I'm going to let Reese Hunt talk. Y'all don't need to hear about it from me. You need to see what DECA is doing for our students and the experience that it's providing. And then after he speaks, I'll introduce my officers.
Hi, members of the school board. How y'all doing? That's good. Okay. Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Reese Hunt, and I have the privilege of serving as our school's DECA president. Today, I'd like to share how DECA has impacted me personally and how it has benefited many of my students and my vision for the future for DECA. When I first joined DECA, I didn't fully realize how much it would shape my future. DECA is an organization that prepares students for careers in business, marketing, finance, hospitality, and management. Through competitions, leadership programs, and real-world experiences, DECA helps students like me develop essential skills that will serve us for the rest of our lives. Whether it's gaining confidence in public speaking, tackling complex business problems, or learning how to work as a team, DECA provides us a platform for us to grow in ways that extend far beyond the classroom. These DECA experiences not only help students succeed in business, but also in life. Through DECA, we learn valuable skills like leadership, communication, problem solving, and critical thinking. These very qualities are what businesses and colleges look for in applicants. It's about learning to navigate challenges, think strategically, lead with confidence, all of which are vital to succeed in any field. For me personally, DECA has played a crucial role in my college application process. The leadership opportunities, competitive experiences, and business skills I've developed through DECA made my application process stand out. Because of my involvement, I was honored to receive 3 presidential merit scholarships to business schools such as Abilene Christian, Dallas Baptist University, and Flagler College. These scholarships were awarded not just for academic excellence, but for the leadership, communication, and strategic thinking I demonstrated through my DECA experiences. The skills I gained from DECA gave me an edge in my college applications. They allowed me to showcase more than just my grades and test scores. Thanks to DECA, I could demonstrate I was ready for the next step of my academic journey, equipped with all the practical business skills and real-world experience from DECA. But DECA is not just about individual success. It's about what we can accomplish together as a team. As president, one of my main goals this year is to increase participation and expand the impact of DECA at our school. This year, I am working towards helping send at least 20 students to the state level competition in March. I want more students to experience the personal growth and opportunities that DECA has to offer, whether through competition, by developing the confidence skills needed for future success in general. I am proud to say that our chapter has grown significantly. Last year, we had around 90 members. This year, we've increased our membership to 120 and counting. This growth is a direct reflection that the value DECA brings to students and how excited they are to be a part of something that's bigger than them. As I look towards the future, I'm reminded how sports teams build success from the ground up. Just like the sports team must rebuild to grow to win championships, DECA success at our school started with a small group of people, dedicated students that were just 7. And in less than 5 years, under tremendous leadership from Ms. Peterson, we've grown to 120. We've come a long way since then, but much like that same sports team working to sustain success, there's a lot of work to be done. My focus this year is on ensuring DECA continues to thrive into the future by building a solid foundation for new members and making our chapter even stronger. The growth from our chapter is only the beginning. By continuing to recruit new members, provide leadership training, and support students through the competition process, we can ensure DECA remains an essential part of our school's culture. My goal is to set DECA up for continued success, ensuring it becomes an ever-growing and evolving program for students year after year. One of the most valuable lessons I've learned from DECA is the importance of leadership in community. In DECA, it isn't just about holding a title. It's about motivating and supporting others. As president, I'm committed to lifting my peers, sharing experiences, and helping them reach their full potential. DECA teaches us that success is never achieved alone. It's the result of teamwork, collaboration, and commitment to a common goal. The relationships we build in DECA are some of the most meaningful I've experienced in high school. Our chapter isn't just a group of individual competitors. It's a community that works together to reach new heights. Through DECA, we lead, collaborate, and build lasting connections with others who drive for success. These experiences, whether through leading a team, competing in events, or working with peers, help us prepare for more than just business success. DECA gives us confidence, skills, and network we need to not only succeed in college, but also for future careers in general. The experiences we have in DECA shape us into well-rounded individuals who are ready to tackle whatever challenges come next. In my own life, DECA has provided me with invaluable tools that will help me succeed at the next level. I know these same opportunities will benefit other students who get involved, setting them on a path toward success. In conclusion, DECA has been transformative for me, both in the opportunities it provides and the skills I've developed. It has opened doors and shaped my leadership abilities and helped me gain valuable real-world experiences. Looking ahead, I'm excited for what the future holds for me. I'm confident we can continue to grow our chapter and provide more opportunities for students just like me. Not only that, but build a legacy of students for excellence and DECA for the years to come. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
He's more well-spoken than me, let's be real. So now I'm going to introduce my students, and like I said, I can guarantee you that the future's coming for them is greater than I can imagine. The kids that have gone on and graduated, are part of DECA, are getting internships. They're getting into colleges like Mays Business College at A&M. I promise that if they will put in the time, it's going to pay off. And obviously with Reese and how well-spoken he is, yeah, they don't need me, let's be real. I will tell you that January 15th is our district competition in Irving. We are changing districts this year because we've grown so much. I do need judges, by the way, so if you want to come and judge and see how well they're competing against, hey, Irving, I'll give you lunch that day. And then in March, we've got state in Dallas, and then end of April, we will be back in Orlando. Guaranteed, school store is going. We know that for sure. We are getting seats at the academies. It's like a business conference with them. And then our goal this year, we want another team. We're ready for an individual. We're ready to go back and compete. That's been our goal. So move out of our way. We're coming. All right. I'm going to introduce Reese again. Reese Hunt is our president. Allison Galindo, she is our VP of marketing, and she went to state last year. Ellie Deemer is our freshman representative. We actually have freshmen that are getting involved. They're not scared of the seniors. I know. We love them. We love freshmen. Jane Ashcraft, she's our VP of Community Service. Alejandra Landa is our VP of Membership. And like I said, our membership is growing this year. She goes after them. Warner Phillips, he is our treasurer. He attended ICDC, or International, last year and attended a conference. He's also an intern in the finance office, by the way. Everett Brown is our VP of campaigns. Axel Davila is our senior representative. Sierra is our sophomore representative, and she went to state as well last year. And Catherine Morell, she's deemed the little general. She keeps me in line. She is our VP of competition. So please give them a round of applause.
Come on, guys. We gotta go shake their hand.
And while the students come up, if any of the proud parents are in the audience, will they please stand up? And lastly, we have our Schottenkirk Senior for November. And I bet you Mr. Robinson's going to come up for that one. He's got to wait to get through the crowd.
Okay, hello, my name is Hartley Kennedy, and I am the marketing coordinator for the Schottenkirk Automotive Group. And every month we do the Senior of the Month, which we grant them a $500 check. And I have the pleasure of presenting this certificate and check to Ms. Josephina Berry. So I'm going to sit here and talk about some of the accomplishments and goals that she has for the future. Okay, so Josephina is a senior at Granbury High School. She's been involved in the varsity cross country and track for all 4 years. And she was also long distance runner of the year for the last 2 years. She's been involved in graphic design as well. Josephina has been in Student Leadership Council and Junior Optimist serving in the community. She loves to serve at Stonewater Church with the youth and has held a part-time job at the De Cordova Bend Estates. Josephina is planning on attending Tarleton State University and majoring in graphic design, and she hopes to be able to run at Tarleton as well. So we just want to give her a huge congratulations. Schottenkirk is super proud to be able to represent a student like this. And we do, like I said, we do this every single month. So yeah, congratulations.
Did the parents get a chance to get a shot in there if they wanted? Yes. I love that. All right, next we have Superintendent report. Dr. Dixon, you don't have anything today? All right. She's perfectly happy with everything we're saying so far. Okay. From now, we are going on to public comments. I've read the same thing every month, to better serve the students, staff, and communities throughout GISD. Individuals who wish to address the board during the public comments portion of the board meeting are required to register online. The form can be found on the GISD website under the School Board and Board Meetings tab. If someone lacks the technology necessary to complete the online submission form, they can call the Granbury ISD Administration Building or complete the form in person at the Administration Building. Registration will open at the time the meeting agenda is posted, typically 5 p.m. on Friday, before a Monday meeting, or 72 hours prior to the start of a special meeting. Registration will close at noon the day of the meeting. Please understand, in accordance to Texas law, the board is not able to respond directly to comments or questions posed by the speakers during public comments. Therefore, GISD staff members will review the submissions and, if necessary, reach out to seek resolution or additional information prior to the meeting. Please stick to the agenda item you have referred to in your registration. We will set the the comments for 3 minutes each. The first comment is by Mr. Jarrett. I know. Is from Mr. Jarrett, but he has gotten a hold of me and said he was not going to be able to make it tonight. So we are going on to the next one, which is Mr. Jim Brown.
Thank you, Board. I'm here tonight to thank you, number one, for the agenda details, so thank you, Ms. Dixon. I really, really appreciate those. I am discouraged, and I do need some understanding. The adopted budget in 22-23 was $83 million. In 23-24, it went to $93 million. In 24-25, it was approved, I believe, for around $94 million. And now I see that you're looking for $2.2 million more, is what I think I'm seeing. So what is the prior budget amendment amount of $990,000? When was that? And I realize it says for pupil transportation, so I have done some research. So when was it done? Where did the money come from? And then why a budget amendment for $1.2 million more? I know it's for air conditioning project, which is greatly needed. I mean, I'm with all that. But the M&O budget just seems it needs to be increased and approved, not every couple of months, asking for more and more millions of dollars. It seems like maybe the unpopular thing would be to maybe look at some programs that could be cut back a little bit to give more money for our facilities and our buses. I've talked with bus drivers. I've heard more and more about facilities. It seems like I know the students are important. I know the teachers are important. I'm not against them, please. But I please ask that these budgets get tightened up. We can't just keep asking for more. I know that you're already going to pass this budget. I know it's already going to go through. But can't any areas come up with, for the money for the ACs and the buses out of the regular budget? There has to be some type of stopgap in the program here. The community's being asked over and over for more and more money to pour into these government programs. I mean, this is an independent school district. I know we can get there. I am so for this community. I know our family's been under a lot of ridicule. I just have a differing thought, and I really would like, is there a way I can meet with Mr. Whitfield? I know he can't answer, respond, but am I as a public person able to just meet with him? I want to understand these budgets. I want to come up here and methodically ask and answer questions, and I want to be heard. I just want to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Next, we have Mr. David Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I would like to say congratulations to our new GISD School Board Trustee, Tim Bolton. Tim, we're so blessed that you received a mandate overwhelming from the voters of 17,599 votes. I believe it's an all-time history-making record for the most votes ever received by a school board trustee in Granbury, so congratulations to you, sir. We're all behind you and we're praying for you, and we're going to do everything we can to support you as you stand for us on the Board of Trustees. I also want to say thank you to Superintendent Dr. Ann Dixon for publishing a more detailed, fuller explanation of the meeting agenda minutes online. Thank you, Dr. Dixon, for your pursuit of transparency for the people of Granbury. I also want to address item 13 on the minutes agenda for the new open resource education curriculum. This is a step towards classical education you've heard a lot about in the news lately. Has the positive potential to increase math and reading scores for all of our students. And I want to say thank you to all the trustees who are supporting this new open resource education curriculum. And I just had a question about item 12 on the HCAD budget. If there could be an explanation on the $170,000 that HCAD gave back to GISD, what that's going to be used for. And could you also provide an explanation on when more additional buses will be purchased? And those are my questions, if you can respond, but. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not allowed to
Anyway,
respond.
Okay, I yield my time. Thank you, Madam President.
You're welcome. Next, we have Ms. Monica Brown.
Good evening. I also want to congratulate, well, first of all, Melanie Graft, I hope I'm not too loud, just for her time as trustee here. I know it was in a turbulent time in our community. And then Jackie Lopez for running an excellent race for school board, and Tim Bolton for winning 17,000 plus votes. That's pretty incredible. And for your work defeating the last bond and educating the public. That was awesome too. So I just want to say that. And then under 13C, it mentions the financial statements, and I just want to join Mr. Rogers in saying, when will we see more buses purchased? And any refunded HCAD money the last 2 times, the public hasn't known where that money went. It would be great to know. So I too echo his question, where is that money going? And could we purchase more buses? I also, when we're talking about financial statements or budgets, I feel like I'm really loud.
You're fine.
Okay. no new revenue tax rate. Our commissioners did that. It's happening throughout the state of Texas. When the community grows, people move in and they bring with them a tax base. So they aren't coming without contributing. So I am going to keep using that phrase, no new revenue tax rate, for us here in Granbury in hopes that it gets heard and it gets approved in the future. And then I too want to thank Ann Dixon for your leadership here on many levels, but specifically for the minutes, because we did ask for that many times, and we wanted it to look like Weatherford ISD and other places where the details there, and it's just so refreshing to be able to understand and to see the information. So that's really wonderful. The open education resource, I happened to listen to over 12 hours of testimony about that product. One day I had time for that and was just in and out and listening, but 6 of it at least was testimony. The other 6 was the SBOE people talking about it. And I'm excited about it. I know it's probably not people's perfect, what is perfect, but I think it's clean. And so on the effort of clean, I printed out before I came here, I'm sorry to say, quite a few books that are very questionable in GISD. I'd love to see these removed to match the idea of what we're doing with this open resource. Some of these books I've asked administration to tell me why are these here, and I have not gotten an answer. But anyway, I'm looking forward to seeing reading scores go up and math scores as well. And then I wanted to say something about public comments. I, for one, want to see you return it to the way it was before, where people can come and speak and we don't have to have this extra town hall meeting. I'd like it to be like it's been traditional across the state of Texas, across districts. There are far more districts who had the old way of allowing the public to come and speak and not making them wait for every 3 months to get to speak on something that's not on the agenda. So I'm really not changing my mind about that, and I'd like to see us go back to that and not stay where we are now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. And last, we have Ms. McDormand.
Good evening, Board. I also want to congratulate Tim and the candidates that ran for a good election. Thank you also for, like the others have mentioned, putting more additional information online so that the public can see it. As you've heard over and over again, transparency is an issue that many of us would like to see more of. And so I also want to speak in regards to just kind of financials in the budget. As others have stated, thank you for the information, but there's still some question as to what specific items fall under general line items. So one of the issues that, again, has resonated with the community is just a successful stewardship of funds. A little over 78% of the budget is funded by property tax revenue. Therefore, taxpayers are stakeholders in the community, and they underpin the financial operation of the school district. So we just want to make sure that taxes are being used judiciously, and we want to make sure that spending is appropriate and balanced. In the original adopted budget, there were expenditures that were a little over $93 million. Since then, as has been mentioned, there have been several amendments to expenditures. However, according to the budget sheet, no changes to the revenue. So expenditures first kind of increased by $990,000, which created a deficit. And then with the additional amendment, it was $1.2 million and some change, leading to a new deficit of $2.2 million and some change. But again, no revenue was increased at all. In comparing these, there were some changes listed by percent year to date. For example, expenditures increased by 0.83%, but revenue only increased by 0.58% compared to the prior year. So looking at these, it just kind of brings up several questions as to where the money is being spent specifically, again, under those line items. So why or how did the debt service increase twice? What is school leadership composed of, and why did it increase? What is the general administration composed of, and why did it also increase twice? And then in regards to transportation, why did it increase more than the cost of the new buses? Which I'm in favor for new buses. I just would like to know where the additional funds are going. And then the facilities acquisition increased also, which I've later come to understand is for the HVAC systems. So in kind of reviewing all of this, again, two different totals, the 990 and the 1.2 were kind of the big line items if you balance everything out. But again, no new revenue increase. So as a tax-paying citizen, I just strongly urge the district to continue to revise the budget to ensure expenditures do not exceed revenue. We need to maintain a balanced budget so that we do not have to worry about not needing or not having enough money in the future for items. Thank you.
Can't do any of them. Okay. We ended up not being able to complete our closed session items, so we are going to go back. We recessed closed session. We will be going back into closed session after the open session is over. So at this time, we are skipping 10 so that we could come back to that later. So going on, we are now on the consent agenda items. Are there any items that a member of the board would like to pull out before we vote?
Yes, I'd like to pull out. Go ahead, Nancy. Thank you. I would like to pull out 11C, please.
All right. I'm also going to need to talk on 11C. And Ms. Lowry, did you have one you wanted to pull out?
11A.
11A. All right. Anybody else need to pull anything out? Okay. Let's start at the top with Ms. Lowry. A.
Okay, on 11A, on the minutes from October the 14th, the announcement by the interim superintendent to allow the public to see what the board sees needs to be stated in the minutes. What it says in the minutes is that it will look a little different. You'll be able to open. Everything else is very vague. It needs to say that the public has asked for this transparency for the last 2 years, and the board did know of this request by the community. This is an important step in community relations and needs to be stated accurately in the minutes. I'm asking these minutes to be pulled and corrected and then brought back in December for board approval.
Well, actually, what happened was we thought that it was being done. What had happened was that Dave Lynn, our secretary, had put on, and what she was showing was the agenda. And I was the one that found that the actual information wasn't being pulled. And so we changed that, and now that information is being pulled. And we did state that in the meeting last month. So that is the way it is. If you want it, we can change the minutes to reflect that. But before, we did have where it would tell you what each item was going to be, just not the meat that went behind that.
Yes, the community had been asking for all the meat that went behind it, but we never put it on there for them. I just think that it's important that it actually says what it is that we've changed, that now all of this is going to be online for them to be able to see, not just that it's going to look a little different.
Okay, does anyone else have a comment that they want to say about that?
Can I add to that?
Sure.
I notice when we look at those items online, they're not exactly searchable. So if there's a way to post those in a way that we can search those documents.
There's a lot of features in Board Book, and I don't know all of them, but I believe there is a search feature in there, but we'll get with Davelin and make sure that that's available.
We can check on that. Okay. So we're looking at, where exactly was that stated in the superintendent report? Okay. So we will go back and we will get our, go ahead, do you want to say something?
If the sentence were revised, there will be some things that will not be able to share by law, but the agendas shall be expanded for more detail for the public.
Yes, I understand that the not able to be shared by law needs to be in there.
Yes.
But the way she stated that, would that be okay?
With
Yes.
the end of that, so
The reason why it's stated the way it is, because those were your words verbatim.
yes.
Yeah.
The reason I was just asking if you could tell us the clarification, we could amend this right now and approve the minutes tonight as amended.
Okay. I think it needs to say that the, where I lost my place, sorry. Rather than it saying that it's going to look a little different, it needs to say that the public is now going to be able to see these minutes. Everything that we can see, the public is going to be able to see. When
So
they
for
look on-
clarification, so you'll be able to open everything else so that the public can see what the board sees?
We'll now be able to see the comprehensive agenda.
Comprehensive
Yeah, there
agenda.
you go, comprehensive agenda. Any other comments on how that would be stated? Do I have a motion to accept the amended?
So moved,
minutes?
Madam President.
Thank you, Ms. Gore. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Lowry. All those in favor of the amended minutes, please raise your hand. And it's 7-0. All right. Let's move on now to 11C.
Yes, Madam President, I think it's important that each month we recognize those who go above and beyond in our community and provide donations for our students. And I'm going to, if you'll just bear with me, that's a long list this time, and I would like to recognize these folks. We have a donation from Braces on the Brazos to Granbury ISD Community Relations in the form of gift cards for attendance awards and sideline sidekickers, or sidekicks, and that's in the amount of $200. A donation from Brookshire Grocery Company to GISD Community Relations in the form of gift cards for school supplies in the amount of $200. Donation from Granbury Door and Window in the form of gift cards for elementary pumpkin contests for $200. A donation from Dance Dreams Academy to AMS Student Activity Fund for the SpongeBob musical in the amount of $100. Donation from the Door family to AMS Student Activities Fund for the SpongeBob musical in the amount of $50. We have a donation from Bentwater Personal Training, April Keller, to the AMS Student Activity Fund for the SpongeBob musical in the amount of $250. A donation from Granbury Theater Company and Mickey Sharon to the AMS Student Activity Fund for the SpongeBob musical for $500. We have a donation from ASC Aggies to the GHS Avid Student Activity Fund to the supplement travel to Texas A&M in the amount of $1,250. A donation from Ziplon Incorporated to the GHS Robotics Student Activity Fund as a sponsor for $500. A donation from ProCAD Plus, Barry Gilbreth, to the GHS Robotics Student Activity Fund in support of the program in the amount of $500. A donation from Benchmark Science, Carl Brooks, to the GHS Robotics Student Activity Fund for tournament fees in the amount of $500. Donations from Unblemished, Stephanie Sherwood, to the GMS Theater Student Activity Fund for uniform T-shirts for $460. Donations from the Lake Granbury Optimist Club to the GHS Social Studies Student Activity Fund in support of the program for $2,500. A donation from the Lake Granbury Optimist Club to the GMS Youth in Government Student Activity Fund in support of their program for $1,020. A donation from the First National Bank to the GHS Student Council Student Activity Fund to sponsor Homecoming Week in the amount of $2,000. We have a donation from Hood County Builders Association to the GHS CTE Department in support of their program in the amount of $2,000. We have donations from Ron Culler Automotive to the GHS barbecue teams. Student Activity Fund is a sponsor in the amount of $200. We have a donation from A-Plus Roofing, Chad Ammons, to the GHS barbecue team in the form of a box trailer to carry their equipment in the amount of $10,000. We have a donation from AMS Girls Activity Booster or Athletic Booster to the AMS Volleyball Campus Activity Fund to supplement travel for $474. We have a donation from the GHS Lady Pirate Booster Club to the GHS Lady Pirate Golf Campus Activity Fund to supplement travel in the amount of $1,550. We have a donation from the GHS Lady Pirate Basketball Booster Club to the GHS Lady Pirate Basketball Campus Activity Fund to supplement travel in the amount of $1,350. We have a donation from GHS Pirate Tennis Booster Club to the GHS Campus Golf Activity Fund for our coaching clinic in the amount of $560 for a total donations for this past month of $26,364. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Alana. It's very important that we let the people know how much we appreciate the community supporting us. I am also pulling out this particular item because so many of the comments from the public is a needing to understand better how we go about our budgeting, and that it seems like we are spending money that we do not have. And so I'm going to ask for Mr. Whitefield to just give us a little bit of a timeline and explain how it is that we have funds to be able to spend as we do.
Thank you, Madam President.
A little bit of financial
101?
101.
Yes, ma'am. So, some of the comments that were made were the refunds that we received from HCAD. The first refund we did receive from HCAD was in May. That amount was $231,000. That was in May. August 19 was our board meeting. We adopted the budget. It was a balanced budget. Our revenues do support our expenses for ongoing operations. We also, at that board meeting, committed fund balance of $750,000 for buses.
Now, explain what that means, that you committed fund balance.
The board made action and committed fund balance, and it will show up in the audit, of $750,000 for fund balance to be paid for out of our savings account for better understanding.
Fund balance is another word for our
Savings account that we're using to run the school district on. $750,000 was committed to buy buses. That was also committed on August 19th at that board meeting. However, the $750,000 was from the land sale that had not happened yet. We were basically betting on that.
Yes.
That we were going to sell that land and we were going to use that money for that. That was August 19th. August 23rd, we actually received the funds for that land sale in an amount of $720,000. We also, on August 23rd, received our hold harmless for the tax reductions that Senate Bill 2 that passed in November created.
So this was money that we received from the state because they were not sure whether or not we were going to get enough money to handle the school year last year.
It was
correct?
the hold harmless for the reduction in taxes that they made and all the compressed tax rate and the frozen levies that were reduced in Senate Bill 2. Since House Bill 3 passed in 2019, they've been reducing the tax rate with the maximum compressed tax rate. However, they hadn't touched frozen tax levy. Senate Bill 2 touched frozen tax levy. So this hold harmless was to make us whole for those two reductions. However, we had not received it throughout the year. And we know how school funding was last year. We weren't sure, and we couldn't we couldn't commit to those funds until we knew we had them. So we go adopted our budget August 19th. These hold harmless funds came in August 23rd.
After.
After we had already adopted our balanced budget and revenues do cover expenses. Now, having said that, when that happened, we know that we have HVAC problems. So as soon as that hold harmless came in, my team started working on putting a bid out for HVAC systems. We already had started the bid process for the buses. Again, then on October 21st of this year, we received another payment from HCAD in the amount of $187,000. So now we still have this fund balance starting to build a little bit that are from back payments.
So this is money that's going into fund balance. It's not showing up as revenue in our.
It will show up, the October will show up as revenue in this year. Okay? So the other day when I spoke to the auditor, I had prelim numbers for our audit, and our revenues will exceed our expenditures for last year in the amount pretty close to about $1.3 million. There's still some tweaking they have to do. So $1.3 million will show as a net profit from last year. So those funds will be used out of fund balance to fund the purchase of the buses, which we committed $750,000 for. However, the buses that I brought to you that we have to amend the budget into Function 34 to purchase those buses was $990,000. So instead of the 5 buses that we wanted to purchase for $750,000, we're purchasing 7 buses, 5 of which are regular ed, 2 of which are special ed. The 5 regular ed buses are already on the ground and running right now. The 2 special ed buses are still in production because they're specialized and they have to be developed. Tonight, the amendment that you're looking at for the 217,000 is for the HVAC bid that's further on down into your board packet. That is through Calvary, their best value. They were the lowest bid as well, and there'll be American Standards, which is compatible with Carrier, which is Train. Right, sorry.
So would I be correct in saying that the money that we ended up getting from HCAD paid for our buses?
They'll pay for the majority of it, plus the sale of the land. The sale of the land and HCAD will pay for the buses.
And then the extra money that the hold harmless money, plus what we're getting from our profit from, it's not really a profit.
It's not really a profit.
It's money that we did not spend last year.
It's money that we did not spend last year, so it'll be about $1.3 million.
Allow us to be able to buy our HVAC.
That is
So we're
correct.
not asking any more from the public. We are just doing the best we can with the money we have.
That is correct.
And part of what we have in fund balance is used to get us through the amount of time we need to be paying salaries, running buses, and everything else before we start getting tax revenue, which normally doesn't start coming in until December, January.
That is correct.
And also ends up allowing us to be able to do these other things once we know we have the money.
That is correct. And currently, I believe at the end of last year, our fund balance was at 29%. TEA typically says 25%. Board policy dictates 20%. At a conference last week, TEA said a healthy fund balance is 30%.
So we're in good shape.
We're in good shape.
Ms. President, I would like to address a couple of the others. School leadership, whoever asked that question, that is what it takes to operate the campus. That's the principal, assistant principal, the front office, that's that. And the other thing is that I think you have to understand the definition of a budget. It's an estimate of the expenditures and revenues for a specified period of time. So on August 31st, I think it was very fiscally prudent for this district not to budget that $901.2 million because they didn't have it in the bank yet. They could have suspected, they knew they had the need. They could have passed a deficit budget. Why? Why would you pass a deficit budget if you didn't get the money then? We have a process, it's GASP. You can suck in your breath when I say this, it's kind of like the IRS. And we follow their rules. And their accounting, their governmental accounting procedures, that is what we follow. And I think that we've done an exemplary job in being able, I don't know anybody who can have any capital outlay right now or capital expenditures in our tight belts. All the districts around us pass deficit budgets, no pay raises, and we're buying buses and air conditionings. Yahoo for this district. We're taking care of our kids. And I looked at it, I grilled our CFO, and I think that the fiscally responsibility that you guys have in this district is to be commended.
Thank you very much. All right, so let's go, if there's nothing else, let's go back and consent agenda items, removing 11A, because we've already voted on that.
Barbara,
So,
while Emmett's explaining things, can I have him explain one more thing, please?
Absolutely.
I had been asked a few times and I didn't know the answer. What's the difference between line 81 and line 51? And why are the HVAC systems not listed under the plant maintenance?
51 is plant maintenance and operations. Since it is a large expenditure for HVACs and it's a big project, the auditors require us to put it under function 81, which is construction and facilities improvements.
Okay, that explains that. And on one of the other pages, there's something called a family zone line-wise. What is that?
A family zone, what?
Line-wise, SBITA?
That is one of the budget amendments?
Yeah, I think it's on page 19. Might be over one of your budgets over.
I'm
Might
looking
come
at the
back to
budget
it.
amendment here. Amend funds, okay. Okay, so GASB, again, that Dr. Dixon was talking about, requires us to put that software under a debt service payment. So it's already budgeted for under 53 through technology.
Mhm.
However, the auditors require, actually GASB requires us, and the auditors want to see it under function 71. So it was budgeted under 53, it's just moved to 71, which is a debt service.
Debt service, all right. Very good, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Since
sorry,
we're doing
if you
this,
need
are
a-
there any other questions?
If you need an explanation on what line-wise is, you can please reach out to me. I'll give you a detailed explanation.
Okay, I'll get with you, thank you.
Any other budget questions, since we're really diving into it this time? Are we good? All right, do I have a motion for items 11B, C, and D?
So moved, Madam President.
Thank you, Ms. Gore. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Wimberly. All those in favor of 11B, C, and D, please raise your hand. And we are unanimous. Moving on to discussion and action items. First one, consider approval of an MOU with Stonewater Church. Mr. Clark.
Good evening, Dr. Dixon, Madam President, fellow trustees. Before you have a memorandum of understanding between Granbury ISD and Stonewater Church. It's basically an MOU that we hope we never have to execute and use for any reason, but it's for the purpose of reunification. So in the event that we had to evacuate a school and need to do the function of reunification, Stonewater has very generously offered their facility. It's centrally located in the middle of town. It has really good ingress and egress opportunities. It has the ability for us to sort, have the students and staff in one area, have parents come in, show proof of who they are so that we get the right child with the right parent. And we have there's some other rooms there if there was a need for any grief counseling or anything like that. It's really an excellent facility. and it's ideally located. In the past, reunifications the plan has always been a different campus. So the James Wan Sports Center at the high school has been the primary for everybody except GHS and GMS due to their proximity to one another. If one of those two campuses needed to evacuate, the plan was to go to AMS, which is obviously on the other side of town. This gives us a central location that we could use as another option for reunification. And of course, it could be for any number of reasons. The most recent time that we had to evacuate a school was last year. We evacuated Bronner for a gas leak. That was a short-term evacuation. We took all the kids, bused them to the James Wan Sports Center at Granbury High School, and then they were able to repair the leak pretty quick and give permission and all clear to bring those kids back. So we bused them back to school, and they had a normal dismissal from there. But in the event that we couldn't do a normal dismissal from their campus, then a reunification would have been necessary. And so this just gives us another option, another really good option for reunification. And it was pretty generous of Stonewater to offer this at no cost to us. So if there's not any questions, I would hope that you would approve this MOU.
Is this something that we're going to have to reapprove every year, or this is good?
No, we built it such that it would continue to renew itself until we ask it not to. Either party can do that with, I think it was a 90-day notice that we put in here.
60.
60, okay, 60-day notice from us or Stonewater. And we worked with Michael Thrasher, the security director from Stonewater. And he's here tonight too, so thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
A lot of work was put into that with him and John Mueller specifically.
Okay. Comments, questions? Can I have a motion?
Madam President, I move that we approve the MOU with Stonewater Church as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Solana. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Any discussion?
Just want to say thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
All those in favor, raise your hand. And it is unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Board.
We are moving on now to discuss and consider approval of textbook changes for open education resources with Stacy Brown.
All right, good evening, everybody. All right, we're pulling up the PowerPoint that was in the board book and available to everybody. And we're going to be talking about the selection of instructional materials. Just so that everybody knows, we're going to be talking about this specifically because the previous process for the selection of instructional materials was changed by new legislation. This bill was adopted the last time everybody was in session, but as is sometimes the case in education, we have to adjust to components being implemented at different times. And so just as a heads up, we'll go into it there. The first thing, the first page or second page that you have is specific to the new process that came about through House Bill 1605. So House Bill 1605 is a multifaceted, complex bill that was introduced in response to the Teacher Vacancy Task Force report that was done through TEA, and the report was called Developing a Thriving Teacher Workforce in Texas. And so this report pointed out the amount of time that teachers were spending in creating curriculum across the state, the percentage of use in the classroom of grade level high quality instructional materials, the need for additional funding with regard to instructional materials, as well as the need for parent portals so that parents have access to view instructional materials. And that's just a few of the things that this bill specifically contained. In response to that report, House Bill 1605 aims to protect teacher times by providing grade level vetted resources from the State Board of Education and instructional materials directly aligned to the state standards. So, that's kind of hard to see. Sorry, everybody. House Bill 1605, specifically with the high quality curriculum, is now called the IMRA So instructional materials review and approval process. We like acronyms, we use them often. This specific process, the State Board of Education reviews the materials submitted regarding the quality of products surrounding instructional design, progress monitoring, coherence of key concepts, etc. And a suitability rubric is used for determining the suitability for the subject and grade level that this specific, a specific product has. So basically, it expands a process that we used to have. You guys remember the old proclamation process. The proclamation process used to come around about once every 8 years. So we could get new textbooks for reading at the end of this 8-year proclamation, and we had to enter into contracts for 8 years in order to get those products. This specific process now allows the State Board of Education to review and approve the high-quality textbooks and instructional materials, as well as it repeals the prior law for TEA to create a portal and have quality reviews. So the State Board is the one that is running these specific reviews, and they do basically, they have feedback panels of educators. They have public comments. We've read every one of the public comments that had to do with specifically the math curriculum, which we're coming to you tonight. It requires that everything submitted is at 100% of TEKS alignment. They used to be able to submit 50% or more. So now it requires 100%. I will tell you, in Granbury ISD, we never went with anything that was below 100% for our core content. In some cases, some of our specialized classes may not have matched exactly, but we went with 100% regardless. So, requires that, on the fourth bullet, it requires TEA to develop state-owned textbooks in certain grade levels and subjects. Those are specifically the OER, the Open Education Resource, and they have a name. They are Bluebonnet. So, the math and the reading are Bluebonnet. The last thing is that it provides additional funding to districts that are using the state board approved material. $40 per student, that's an annual additional allotment you get if those are purchased or if you choose to go with that. You also receive $20 if you go with the Open Education Resource. You also get $20 for printing per student. So we'll dive into the budget here in just a little bit. Y'all okay? Any questions so far?
What was the difference between go back?
Okay, go back. Carla, go back.
No.
Okay.
Okay. First line you have now called IMRA.
Yes.
And then down here on the last one, you said above IMTA.
IMTA is the Instructional Materials and Technology allotment, which used to be where the money went. That is a state fund, so that is money that the state puts into an account for us for instructional material.
Okay.
Unlike Mr. Bolton, it looks like you want to ask your question.
I have. Well, I was just going to ask, and I think I can tell from your expression that you're smiling the whole time. I was going to ask if this is something that you want to adopt and that you're proud of, or is this something that's forced down on us from the state?
I love that question. I appreciate that question. So I will tell you that we have gone through specifically the math and continuing to go through for the English language arts. This is a good product. It's a solid product. It has a great connecting activities as far as there is fluency, which I know our teachers are like, we need to practice fluency. But then they also extend concept development, and they've added student discourse, which our teachers have had to put in to lesson plans. Now it's already in the lesson plans. And so saving teacher time.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. All right, so these were the grade levels, the instruction materials review and approval cycle. These were the grade levels and subjects that the State Board of Education considered for review this past year. They will continue to consider resources every single year, but they will put out a call like these are the ones that we're going to be taking for approval. Many of you remember the proclamation that we did last year. We were under the old system for the science adoption last year, and now we're under the new system. And so we've got multiple systems running as we move along. On the next slide, the Bluebonnet Learning is the open education resource. It is a state-owned instructional material, much like what they specifically mentioned on that fourth bullet on the list of how IMRA has changed everything. So these are the specific grade levels and subjects that they were required to have state-owned textbooks developed for. Those products were submitted to the state board for approval just like all other companies, and they had to go through the complete process. The approval of this process, or the approval of these products, is right now in approval with the State Board of Education. So sometimes we get into timeline situations like I mentioned before, and so our board meeting falls November 18th. They were supposed to approve all of the high-quality instructional materials from the 18th through the 24th, which is great. So we were going to bring it in December, but we have a grant opportunity to apply for a grant to help in the professional development of our teachers adopting this resource if it's approved. And we would like that money to be able to do that, but the grant application closes December 13th, and our board meeting is on December 16th. So it's a little bit off in the timeline, but that's really why we're bringing it to you tonight instead of a little bit later. Any questions so far? Y'all good?
What happens, oh, go ahead.
Okay.
What happens if it doesn't get approved this week?
So if it doesn't get approved, we don't have any high-quality instructional materials approved, which means that it's written into the education and the administrative code that they have to give the funding and make it available, and we'll talk a little bit about that. So we will still have the basic funding, and we will then have to adopt a particular resource or extend the contract that we currently have, which has actually gone 2 years beyond the contract because they haven't put forth anything for the new math adoption. Does that make sense?
Okay. When you
All
say
right.
basic funding, what are you referring to?
I'm sorry, didn't
When you
you?
say the basic funding, are you referring to the 40 and 20? Or the
So we
IMTA?
get in the instructional materials allotment, that's the actual funding from the state. We get 3 pots of money. The first one is the basic funding, and we get $171 per student plus additional funding for emergent bilingual. And we're going to go into that here in just a minute. But that is the basic funding that we get regardless of anything. They're going to give us the money. Right. Right. Okay. All right. So as we move on to the curriculum alignment model, and I'll try to put this all together. This illustrates a systematic process for optimizing student outcomes. So to simplify, you have the written curriculum, which are the standards. It's what students need to know and be able to do at the end of the school year or after it is specifically taught. So we know in Texas, the standards are the TEKS, the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills. They are required to be taught in all of our foundation and enrichment classes, and every class we have has a set of standards that are required. That is the written curriculum. We take that information, put it into scope and sequences, tie resources to it, add a variety of different things, isolate vocabulary, and we work with grade levels and teachers during the summer and sometimes after school to make sure that that information is clear. We also have the tested curriculum, and I will tell you, we have lots of tests in the state of Texas, but the one that everybody is most familiar with is the STAR test. So we have a written curriculum of what students should know, and what they're tested on is based upon what they should know. So the test is directly correlated to written. Then we have basically resources, right? And that is what helps our teachers teach, all right? So specifically, the taught component represents the science and the art of teaching, the written standards, and then we assess how well the kids know what they've been taught according to the standards, and that makes the curriculum alignment model, we would say, in alignment. All right? So the purpose of our discussion tonight, both the written and tested component come from the state of Texas. Those are given to us. The resource we're asking for your approval on, that Bluebonnet Math OER, is written by the state of Texas. So, without alignment between what is written, taught, and tested, the socioeconomic status is what predicts our scores. And that comes from specifically the data that comes out of Fenwick English and his model with curriculum alignment. And he wrote a book, and I put a little reference down there in case you want to search that. So,
Would you say we're aligned right now?
I would say it's been 10 years since our last math adoption. So I would say that we are really having to work, teachers are really having to work to get into alignment because they're pulling from different resources in order to be able to reach that standard. So having one resource that meets the specific standard gives them the science, here's the material, and they can focus on the art. Basically, they can decide, how do I want to introduce this to my students? Do I need to do a small group first? Do I want to pre-teach vocabulary? Do I want to, do a variety of different settings? Do we want to do anything that'll help our students? Right now, I think that the OER is a benefit for all of our students as well as our special populations because it gives access to every grade level. And so if I have a student that is receiving modifications on an IEP, then that student has access, that teacher has access to every single grade level, as well as the ability to then pull the exact lesson they're doing, change, whatever the modifications need to be done. So the student's doing the same thing in class, and the modifications are built in by the teacher.
Would this help if we have an in-district transfer from one campus to another? Like if they're in one campus now and they go to a different campus, are they going to see the same materials, or is this going to help with that?
Yes, and so this allows us to have what we call horizontal alignment. So across the district, in kindergarten, the concept that we're working on right now, it's horizontally aligned, and then the resource itself builds when it goes from grade level to grade level, and it allows us to make sure that we're consistent from kinder through Algebra 1. All right. Let's talk about budget. Let me take a drink.
More. Can I go back?
Yes, sir.
To the triangle. Are we back on the triangle? Yeah, thank you. So I'm not quite sure how to ask the question, but the state has requirements as to what is being taught.
Correct.
And then how that's being tested or what's being tested. Do you find that this would restrict teachers, especially seasoned teachers, autonomy to be able to teach those things the way they know how?
Right. So I will tell you that I think that the hardest thing for teachers is they spend so much time designing and building lessons that if we have a starting point that is the same, that is consistent, then we have the capability to say, no, this is what we're teaching. Mm-hmm. But I know that I have students in my classroom that are going to need an outline of notes, and they're going to fill in the key vocabulary. So then I design what we're teaching to fit my classroom, to fit the needs of my kids.
Again, thank you. Your expression says it.
Okay. All right, so let's talk money. So here is the fund, the Instructional Materials and Technology Allotment. This is the budget, all right? This specific budget comes directly from the state, all right? I'm looking at Emmett, making sure he's not looking at me cross-eyed like, okay. So the first category that you see, the Instructional Materials and Technology Allotment, we used to only get $61 per student. plus an additional 11 for every emergent bilingual students. That's what the EB stands for. Now we are getting, because of House Bill 1605, $171 per student plus $15.58 for each EB student. So we get that for a 2-year process. So basically, in that specific pot of money, we get about 1.4 million for 2 years of providing instructional resources to every single student and every single classroom in this district. So it sounds like a lot. It is not. So we also have renewals. So these renewals are for anything that may be in a gap year or anything that we have to add to the consumables, et cetera, et cetera. And that is running right now for us. We're at $400,000 per year for the instructional materials that we are currently renewing each year, okay? Which, subtract that from 1.4, and you have about 500,000, a little bit over 5, maybe 6. Am I adding that right? 8, 6, okay, good. So you have that left over. That being said, we're still under the old proclamation for the science, and we did not have enough money in our $61 account to purchase the full amount of science, so we had to split it. So we still owe $350,000 on our brand new science material. And so the company allows us to pay that. We pay for 2 years, and then we come back and we pay for another 2, et cetera, which will eat up about $400,000, $350,000 to $400,000. So then we're down to a little under $200,000. And if we were to purchase, let's say we really, really need languages other than English. If they're on the approved State Board of Education list, that's great. But if they haven't gotten to that approval yet, we can only use this first pot of money. So we would only have $200,000 to be able to fund a future adoption. Okay? All right. So high-quality instructional material, we would get an additional $40 per student each school year. That adds about $640,000 to that middle column, and that funding can be used on high-quality instructional material. Then you also have the third pot of money. If you go with the OER, you get it for printing. You get $20, so $159,000 then. So here's the good news. If we go with the math OER, which, after talking with district admin, campus admin, multiple lead teachers, our instructional specialist, and our content coordinators reviewing it page by page, we think that's what we asked for your approval for. That gives us access to the $640,000 and $159,000 to have it printed. Now, I'll be honest with you, that $159,000 is going to eat up all that printing, 100%. That amount does not roll, but the $40 per student does. And so literally, we can bank on a future adoption as we move forward. We can hang on to that money, and then when it goes through the approval process, we've got it ready to go. We don't have to wait on a 2-year buy-in. It lets us go through the process faster, and it allows us to adopt what it is our kids need.
What was the feedback you received from all the people who reviewed this material?
So I will tell you that the resource itself is at a high level. The expectations and the standards are highly aligned. It sounds simple, but it's not easy. So it's hard to make those changes, which is where the LASSO grant comes in. We want to apply, or we're going to apply, I hope, for additional money to give us an option for not only professional development, but one-on-one coaching in the use of the material, in the training of the material, as well as being able to pay teachers to stay after school, to come in the summer, to do those things that will allow them to dig into a resource over the course of the next 8 months before we ever implement it in front of our kids in August of next year. So that really, the feedback I will tell you is it's going to be a lift. We say it's a heavy lift from the standpoint that it's a change, and we are changing the curriculum, but I will tell you, I have enormous faith in our teachers and their capacity to make those changes, and I feel like with adding the support of the coaching with our department, with the service center, with the instructional specialists that are on campus, God bless you, that will bridge the gap.
What happens if we don't get the LASSO grant?
I love that question. Okay. I quit? No. If we don't get the LASSO grant, which is always a possibility, we have been working with Haley Varon, our federal programs coordinator, and we will simply have to rearrange the funding we have allocated for summer professional development. We will have to prioritize math first. And so we'll have to shift that to make sure that they are covered, because that's something we're just not willing to not do, right? It'll make the difference, definitely. So we will rearrange and make sure it's covered.
So if we adopt this and you implement it and we decide we hate it,
yes.
What then?
Yes. So that's another piece of good news. So specifically with the selection, the grant that we're writing it for is only for 1 year. And so the grant goes from February of this year to February of next year, which gives us time to say, wow, we need to make some adjustments. We now have time before we go and get another one. And I forgot to mention that the OER is free. It's 100% free and available to us and allows us to have it with no money, which is good because we don't have any.
Other than printing.
Other than printing, yes, we will have to make sure that we are printing
They
everything.
are still in the approval process. It's supposed to happen sometime this week. When that is finished, where can people go see the curriculum for themselves?
So right now, they have on the TEA website, and I think we'll make sure that it's publicized. I'll get with Ryan, make sure that it's out there. I think we've already sent it out once. But it has the specific website address and the password and login that anybody can go to review. What you may get is the initial OER before the public comments and the review, because I'm not sure that all of them have updated yet. And so as soon as the finalized ones, I have seen some that are finalized today, which gives me hope that they're going to approve it like tomorrow. So 6, 7, and 8, they have the finalized, this is what it will be on the website right now.
And this is just specifically for math. This doesn't lock us in to the ELAR or anything else, just
Not
math.
yes, not at this point. And so our math, and I know that we've talked about this before, math for us is a priority target. So with the gaps from COVID, math is one of those things that it's hard when you miss a year or you're virtually missing content. Reading was not as affected as math is. And so we have seen, we are still above the state and the region in most cases. I think there is one grade level where we maybe fell a little bit, but we have a significant gap between reading performance scores and math performance scores.
You said not at this point. Is there a point in the future where we will have to adopt ELAR?
We know we have to adopt ELAR, but we want to make sure that we go slow to go fast. We want to make sure that the implementation that we're doing, that the planning, that the support, all of those things are in place before we double up on some of our teachers, because some of them teach both math and reading. And so the last thing we want to do is,
So if we do this, we will eventually have to adopt the ELAR, OER?
Not necessarily,
Okay.
because we will have the money that is opened up by the math adoption for OER. That gives us funding to be able to consider additional high-quality instructional material that is approved from the state board, but may not be the open education resource. But that is one that we will take a look at as well. Yeah. Thank you.
Stacy, the board bond at OER sounds really great, and all the math sounds really great. Do you have any thinking or considering maybe to accept the language arts and the reading portion of it?
So we haven't dug in as deep, I feel like, on the language arts. I know that specifically because our priority was math, I feel like we kind of put our efforts into the math first. We have, let our teachers know, hey, this information is out there. So we have had some teachers that have been digging in to the reading, but to be honest with you, Ms. Lowry, at this point, I haven't dug in enough to make that, What? Part of the LASSO grant, though, is planning for what we want our English language arts instruction, written, taught, and tested curriculum to look like. So we will start that process, and it will lead to eventually that we'll be bringing an adoption back to you. So part of that LASSO grant involves looking at reading with deep data eyes, if you will.
Good, because it looks like it's a pretty good program.
Yeah.
Do you know how many other districts are using the math?
So I love that you asked this question. I called our Educational Service Center, and I will tell you specific to Region 11, that there's 93 districts in Region 11. 68 of them had responded in a survey asking about what they're going with or what they are looking at going with. And of that 68 that responded, 79% indicated they were going with the elementary K-5, and 76% indicated they were going with the 6 through Algebra 1, which they probably are the same in some cases. So, all right. So, last thing is we've been reviewing IMRA reports, and our job right now is to consider funding capacity and recommend adoption of the OER for Math Kinder through Algebra 1 upon State Board of Education approval, which we are hoping it comes tomorrow. That'll allow us, we have to include the date that the board approved this on the LASSO grant application. So we will apply for the LASSO grant as soon as we get that documentation, and there are components of the LASSO grant that CTE, Todd Gibson, has completed, that Shelley Kurtzinger with special education has completed, and then Brent Wilson has also completed a request for additional funding for technology. So,
Funding aside, do you believe this is the best curriculum for our kids?
I do, and I will tell you why I do. There are only 3 of the high-quality instructional materials, OER and 2 others, that align from Kinder through Algebra 1. That's a big benefit in our mind from the standpoint of being able to vertically align and build on the curriculum that we start with. The other curriculums, one I wouldn't even consider at all. The only other one that was close, but it didn't have some of the key things that we were looking for with regard to key content coherence, balance of conceptual and procedural tasks, some of the key things that we were looking for. And it isn't all about money, but the OER is free. And so when you're looking at paying for something that is very close to something else, and one is free and one quite possibly could cost $800,000, knowing where we're at and trying to make the best fiscal decisions has to be part of the conversation as well.
Any other comments, questions?
I'd like to comment, I think that was a very good presentation, very well explained. It's a pretty difficult subject matter in some cases, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Billy. Appreciate that.
Thank you for answering all my questions.
You got it.
I think it's important that we realize the amount of effort our curriculum department puts into every one of these decisions that we make in regards to curriculum. So I thank you ladies and all the ones that work with you, and we appreciate what you've done. I think it's also important to realize that if we approve this, it's being done knowing that it has not been approved yet by the State Board of Education. But if we go ahead and approve it, then it allows us to proceed as soon as they have approved it. With that being said, I would like to move that we approve this curriculum, and remember, it's just the math curriculum that we're doing, depending on the approval of the State Board of Education, and it would be for grades kindergarten through algebra for the 25-26 school year.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Solana. Do I have a second?
Second, but I'd like to amend the language. Second. Just amend, okay. Don't second. Never mind, I withdraw my second.
Okay.
I would just like to, yeah.
Do I have a second?
Would you mind amending your motion to include the language for mathematics only?
Yes, you did.
Did you? Okay, I didn't hear you.
Yes, you did.
Then just ignore me.
Okay, do I have a second?
And now I'll second.
Okay, we now have a second. So, as you stated, you're recommending contingent on the SBOE approval for the math materials. The board approves the Bluebonnet OER for mathematics for grades kindergarten through algebra 1. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand.
Awesome.
And it is unanimous.
Awesome.
Thank you, board.
Thank you guys so very much.
Thank you, Stacy. And Carla. You put in the words you needed to at the right time. Yeah. You take turns. Okay. And next we have consider the approval of the HVAC replacement bid. Mr. Whitefield.
Thank you, Madam President. Board, you do have an updated memo at your dais. There was a mistype on the second page of that memo. It was not for Cary, it was for American Standard. It is a bid for a replacement of 51 HVAC units. The maintenance department did go out and identify the 51 most problematic HVAC systems in the district, and that's what this bid was for. You do have a recommendation for the Calvary Construction, which is the American Standard. They were the best value for the district. Train will be doing the controls because they have to do the controls on whoever the bid was going to go to begin with. It is a recommendation that the board approve Calvary Construction at the 1.031 $400 million with $186,265 for the train controls. To Calvary Construction for a total of $1,217,665 for this project. And if you have any questions, I will do my best to answer those for you, or I have Mr. Schraube here who could as well.
He has been very nice to stay here this long. Thank you.
I think, I'm trying to answer that audience questions as they come up, and this is another one of yours. The reason that there's no revenue to offset this is, if you recall, we're using the 1.3 that was from last year, so we can't increase the revenue again this year, or we would be double saying that we had the money, that we put it on the books last year. We can't put it back on the books this year. So the expenditure was there, we have the revenue, but it was from last year's money.
I just have a question.
Yes.
I saw that we're going to be getting, Granbury High School is going to be getting new HVACs, and there was a problem with the roof before. Has the roof problem been fixed
The roof problem,
at the high school?
The one, I assume you're talking about the one that's around one of the big air conditioners near the band office. Yeah,
the gully washer does kill it. We have not corrected that roofing, but we do not operate that HVAC unit at that particular. It is covered, and when it's covered, it does not leak. And I do not believe that's one of the units that's being replaced because it's not one of the most problematic and it's not affecting the
Okay,
air
these
in that
these are
hallway.
different units.
Yes.
Okay.
good question. Any other questions? Do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move that the board approve the purchase from Calvary Construction of $1,031,400 in addition to the $186,265 for the controls from Trane for a total of $1,217,665 for the project.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wimberly. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Alana. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. And it is unanimous. Thank you very much, Board. Okay, we now move to the reorganization of the Board of Trustees. After an election each year, we reorganize to pick officers. So I am open to a nomination for President of the Board.
I recommend that the Board of Trustees nominate Courtney Gore as president.
Okay, Mr. Wimberly. Are there any other nominations?
I'd like to recommend that the board nominate, I'm nominating
That's fine.
yourself, please, Barbara Townsend, for president.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Mr. Bolton, but I am choosing not to be an officer this year and spending more time with my husband, who has recently retired. Are there any other nominations? Okay, those in favor of Courtney Gore?
We have to
Well,
have
I
a
guess we
second.
have a second.
Well, then I'll second.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay. All those in favor of Courtney Gore for president, please raise your hand.
You can vote for yourself.
Okay, and that is 5-2. The two nays are Mr. Bolton and Ms. Lowry. And that motion passes, so we have a new president. Now move on to vice president. Oh, the new president is to announce that. I will send this over. Do you want me to go ahead and finish? Okay. Nominations are open for vice president. Do I have a nomination?
Yes, Madam President, I recommend that the Board of Trustees nominate Nancy Alana for Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Are there any other nominations for vice president for the school board? Do I have a second for that nomination?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Gore. All those in favor of Ms. Alana for vice president, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Moving on, nominations are now open for secretary. Do we have any nominations?
Madam President, I'd like to nominate Billy Wimberly to remain our secretary.
Are there any other nominations? May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton. All those in favor of Billy Wimberly for secretary, please raise your hand. And it is unanimous. Thank you, board, for all of that. We will now move on to our reports. Stacy Brown for Emergent Bilingual Program. Along with Miss Christina. It's good to see you again.
You're good.
Christina is our dual language EB et cetera, program coordinator. And so she is going to give you the program evaluation. Remember, this information is from last year. Okay.
And just note, this is a brief summary of the 14-page program evaluation you all have in your board book. Okay, and this is required per TAC Chapter 89 and TEC Chapter 29. All right, in Granbury, we have our bilingual program is a dual language, one-way biliteracy program, which is offered in grades pre-K through 5th grade. And last year, we offered at Emma Robertson Early Learning Academy and Bronner Elementary. The transitional bilingual program, which we previously had, was phased out completely at the end of the 23-24 school year in favor of the dual language immersion program. The dual language immersion program is an additive program that values and leverages the student's primary language while acquiring English and adding to the linguistic and cognitive abilities of our emergent bilingual, or EB, students. In a transitional bilingual program, English was taught at the expense of the student's first language. For the 24-25 school year, the dual language immersion program was expanded to include Bacchus Elementary in order to facilitate this growing population of students. The primary goal of the bilingual dual language program is to develop bilingualism and biliteracy in both the partner language, which is Spanish here in Granbury, and English. To develop academic proficiency in reading, writing, listening, and speaking, which are the 4 domains that the EB students are tested on, and to develop cross-cultural understanding. Questions?
Are we ever going to consider going past 5th grade?
That is a goal. Eventually, they've asked to go to 6th grade, and actually the dual language program is available in Texas through high school, through 12th grade. It just comes into staffing, which right now the state of Texas as a whole is struggling for bilingual teachers.
Right.
I did get asked, how did you get all your teachers? I said, we went to the nail just asking and asking and asking, and we recruited some from another district who did away with their bilingual program. So we were able to get those teachers to come to Granbury.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
The second program we have here is English as a Second Language, which is ESL. And we have that at all GSD campuses through either content-based or pull-out instruction with the integrated use of second language acquisition instructional practices via the content-based learning language instruction strategies and the implementation of the English language proficiency standards, which are known as your ELPS, which are going to be updated and go into play for the 26-27 school year. We emphasize the mastery of English language skills in mathematics, science, and social studies as an integral part of the academic goals. And bilingual paraprofessionals are available at several GISD campuses with higher EB numbers to assist and support students' learning and parent contacts. The primary goal of ESL is to achieve progress towards mastery of reading, writing, listening, and speaking of the English language in academic and social environments. And English acquisition is developed while also developing high levels of cognitive agility and its practical applications. Our GISD numbers, at the end of the 22-23 school year, there was 853 emergent bilingual students. At the end of last school year, there was 1,027 emergent bilingual students. And as of October 28th, when we reported for Snapshot, there was 1,004 emergent bilingual students. This is 12.6% of the total enrollment on October 28th. There are 92 students in their first year of monitoring and 4 students in their second year of monitoring after reclassifying and exiting the EB program as English proficient students. Next slide just shows in GISD there were 16 languages identified for our emergent bilingual students.
Amazing.
For our student progress, we're going to start with TELPAS. That's a Texas English Language Proficiency Assessment System test. We had 809 EB students that were tested in grades 1 through 12. 109 of those received an advanced high composite score, and 212 of those, that's 32%, showed language acquisition progress growth measure of more or 1 levels from the previous school year. For our TELPAS Alt, in the spring of 2024, 5 students were serviced through both the EB program and life skills, special education, at the elementary level. 4 of those students took TELPAS Alt. 1 student was homebound and had a medical exemption. All 4 students that took the assessment showed language acquisition progress growth of 1 or more levels and were able to reclassify as English proficient and exit the program based on the criteria set in their annual ARD meeting in conjunction with LPAC. This is just the graph that went along with that report. Questions? Okay. Next up is the STAR test in grades 3 through 8. Of the 466 3rd through 8th grade EB students that took the 2024 STAR reading, 302 or 64.8% approached grade level, 175, that's 37.55% met grade level, and 71 or 15.2% mastered grade level. In 4th grade, 76 students were tested, 51% showed academic growth, and 30 students showed expected growth measure of 1, and 9 students of expected growth measure of 2, or an accelerated growth measure of 2. In 5th grade, there was 86 EB students tested, 54.65% showed academic growth, 36% showed expected growth, which is a measure of 1, and 16 or 19% showed accelerated growth measure of 2. In 6th grade, 63 students were tested, 38% showed an academic growth, 22 of those, or 35%, showed expected growth measure of 1, and 2 students, with 3%, showed accelerated growth. In 7th grade, 95 students were tested, 48 or 50.5% showed an academic growth, 34 of those, or 36%, showed expected growth of 1, and 14 students, which was 15%, showed accelerated growth of 2. In 8th grade, 82 students were tested, 48 students, which is 58.5%, showed academic growth, 31 students, which is 38%, showed a measure of 1, and 17 students, which is 21%, showed an accelerated growth of 2.
Question.
Yes.
Emergent bilingual can either do the dual language or they can do the English as second language. When you're testing them, like for reclassification or for the STAR test, does one group do better than another?
It depends on the level. Typically, our emerging bilingual students test higher if they're testing in English. At the elementary level, the teacher recommendation in grades 3 through 5 decide what language they're better assessed in, and they use their MAP testing scores, their CA scores to determine what language of assessment is going to be best for the student. So if they're testing in Spanish, unfortunately, they cannot, in reading, they cannot be considered for reclassification. They have to test in English. But when we pulled the data, we showed that they were scoring higher, and typically higher than our native English speakers.
Okay, thank you.
And that's only for our dual language kids, only our dual language kids at this
Right.
time. But ESL can be recommended for Spanish tests. We don't do that at this time because our ESL teachers don't teach them in Spanish.
Okay, thank you.
And the next two are just showing the growth graphs and charts, and the approaches, the meets and masters, which is in your board book. Next, we'll move on to high school. That's the EOC English 1 and 2. 153 9th through 12th grade students took the EOC in English. 79 students, which is 51.6, approached grade level. 55 or 35.9% met grade level, and 3, about 2%, mastered grade level. In 9th grade, 65 students tested. 27 students, or 42%, showed expected growth, academic growth of measure of 1. And in 10th grade, 65 EB students were tested, and 32 of those students, which is 49%, showed an expected academic growth measure of 1 as well. And on a side note of those kids tested, we had 17 newcomers that showed up in January, from January to the time they tested. We had 17 newcomers. That means they're new to the country. And they took the EOC.
Are these tests given one at a time to the students, or is this on the computer?
That's on the computer.
Okay.
And at the high school level, they can only get a bilingual dictionary, so it's in English. So they come to the country not speaking English, and they just get a bilingual dictionary to try to help them. The next slides just show the graphs that are also in your board book. Next up, our reclassification rate, which I'm very proud of this year. Based on the 2024 criteria for reclassification and exit to English proficient, 94 out of our 863 EB students, which is about 11%, that tested in grades 1 through 12 attained English proficiency and passed their 2024 STAR Reading, EOC English, or Iowa assessments, obtained a positive subjective teacher evaluation, and met reclassification. This is an increase from the previous school year where only 4 out of the 774 students met all reclassification criteria. So we went from 4 to 94.
That's fantastic.
The computer-rated speaking domain of the TELPAS assessment continues to be a major reason a large majority of EB students in the state of Texas, not just Granbury, but in the state of Texas, have not met reclassification criteria. And that's based off what the criteria is on that speaking domain. And we're working hard with the purchase and assistance of the Summit K-12 TELPAS supplementary program and the hiring of additional bilingual support staff at several secondary campuses. We predict that EB students will continue to show a progress growth measure of 1 or greater on the 2025 TELPAS and STAR EOC exams, and that the number of EB students that qualify for reclassification to English proficient will continue to increase. For our required EB summer enrichment program, we are required, the state of Texas, every school that has an EB program is required to offer an enrichment for EB students for students in the kinder and first grade. We had 23 incoming first graders and 15 incoming kinder students. EB students attend the optional 2024 summer EB enrichment program offered to them to focus on language development, affective linguistic, and cognitive needs. Our monitored students, of the 11 GISD students that were on monitored status the last year, 5 were in year 1 of monitoring and 6 were in year 2 of monitored status. All 11 met or continued to meet state academic standards, and none had to be reclassified back as an emergent bilingual student. The 5 year 1 students moved to year 2 for the school year, and the 6 year 2 students completed full LPAC monitoring status. For last year, we were required to file 1 bilingual exemption for Emma Robertson, pre-K 3, and we did not have to file an ESL waiver. The summary of findings for the bilingual exemption waiver comprehensive professional development plan. The staff member on the bilingual exemption was required to complete all activities, professional development, and coaching sessions listed on the alternative language program report as filed with TEA. The staff member was required to obtain certifications by March 1st of 2024. However, the staff member was not able to do so. Students assigned to that class were coded as participating in an alternative language program with additional campus supports for the EB students in that class. GISD Human Resource Director Wes Jones stated that GISD provided the following recruitment activities during the 23-24 school year: employment opportunity advertisements on the district website, ESC 11 newspaper, and other state websites as needed. They sent out recruiting information to several universities, and they held a district-wide job fair on Saturday, April 6th, and information about the job fair was sent to numerous universities, posted on social media sites, and posted on the district website. Continuation. Currently, there has been an increase in the number of EB students. At the end of the 22-23 school year, as I stated previously, there was 853 students across all campuses. At the end of last school year, we ended with 1,027 emergent bilingual students. 94 of those met reclassification, and 34 seniors graduated. So the remaining students as of June 13th was 899. So we started with 899, and as of October 28th, we are up to 1,004 students across all campuses. And a summary of the recommendations. Number 1, propose hiring an ESL certified support teacher and our bilingual paraprofessional for the 25-26 school year for Acton Middle School. The responsibilities of this teacher are outlined in the detailed 23-24 program evaluation report. Number 2, using set-aside funds for the 10% bilingual education allotment for filing for a bilingual exemption and ESL waiver to pay for the preparation courses for the BTLPT, which is the Bilingual Targeted Language Proficiency Assessment, and the ESL Supplemental. If a teacher takes the prep courses and passes their required certification exam, we would reimburse them for their testing fees. provide substitute pay to cover teachers absent from school to take those certification exams, and offer targeted professional development and coaching focused on educating EB students provided by certified instructional coaches from Region 11, third-party contracted providers, and certified district coordinators and instructional specialists and coaches. Number 3, make it a requirement for all secondary teachers and those on the bilingual exemption to take the TEA updated content-based language instruction course offered by Region 11. Also require GISD teachers that need additional assistance working with emerging bilingual and immigrant students to take a refresher course every 3 to 5 years on the content-based language instruction strategies. Number 4, coordinate with the Human Resources Department to reach out to other colleges and university educational programs in Central to South Texas to attend their job fairs with the intention of seeking out certified bilingual teachers while promoting Granbury ISD. Number 5, propose hiring 1 full-time bilingual instructional coach in the near future to work with the bilingual ESL teachers of EB students at the dual language campuses. The goal is to increase the dual language English and Spanish literacy and academic achievement of those students by providing high-quality, innovative, and research-based professional development, instructional coaching, and technical assistance to the teachers and support staff at the bilingual schools. And number 6, a preliminary discussion with Granbury High School administration for the implementation of the additional English language development and acquisition, or ELDA course, is underway. Due to the need of additional personnel to meet the requirements of this course, board approval will be requested by the GHS principal in early spring of 2025. This course must be taken concurrently with the co-requisite ESOL 1 and 2 courses that are currently being offered, and that's per TAC Chapter 128. Es todo. Gracias. Any questions?
That with our recent election and possibly a shift in our governmental philosophy, do you think our population will decline?
I do not. If they're seeking asylum, refugees, it will continue to grow. If they're starting to come over and seek like the refugee status or asylum, and they come over and seek to become citizens, which was a big push, I know, in the early 80s when President Reagan was in office, and a lot of our people came over and they proved that they were here working and donating and contributing to the taxes and IRS so that they could seek citizenship. But the goal is always for them to seek citizenship and come to provide a better life for their kids.
Your report was very good, very thorough. Appreciate that. One of the things that I would like to see happen in addition to this recommendation is we're dual language immersion one way. With as many Hispanics and Spanish-speaking people that are moving, I would like to see some type of movement toward a dual
Two-way.
back and forth, where you can teach English children to speak Spanish at a younger age. I know a lot of people, you can take Spanish in high school, but most of the people I talk to that take Spanish in high school, if they don't do anything else, they don't remember that Spanish 10 years later. But if you can get these younger kids immersed the other way, then I think that would help them a lot, especially as many Hispanic-speaking people that are moving into Texas. I think it would be very helpful to have that go both ways.
Yeah, that would be the dual language two-way program, which that's always going to be a future goal. I think the limitations right now are staffing and understanding the split with our classes. So, for example, we have 24 kids in a kinder class, that's one teacher. If we do the two-way, we would have to split that into 2 classes, 12 and 12, so that we could open up those seats for the two-way kids to come in. So that would be an additional 3 teachers we would have to hire, because those teachers would have to team with a monolingual teacher, and they would be team teaching. So it's a logistical thing, but ideally, that's always a goal, so that we could start that, and we've seen some benefits. I use the example for White Settlement ISD. For the past 3 years, she's won the regional spelling bee, and this past year, she came in second at the national Spanish spelling bee, and she's a native English-speaking student that started the two-way program in pre-K, and she's in 5th grade this year, but she made it all the way, and she's a short little Caucasian girl, blonde hair, blue eyes, and fluent Spanish speaker. but we see the benefits, and we talk to them, and the mom says, I know no Spanish, but she knows it all, but it was the benefits of the program, but they started. They had to solidify their one-way program, and we have just rolled it up to 5th grade, so now we need to solidify and be in compliance with the state on all components of our one-way program before we can ever consider moving to the two-way. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Someone got too close to the light switch. Almost done, almost done. Okay, Stacy Brown and Carla Wilman, TIA update.
Okay, so Teacher Incentive Allotment, or TIA, was built for Texas school districts to recruit, retain, and reward top-performing teachers. TIA funding was built into state law as part of House Bill 3. This system is grounded in Texas Education Code and creates a sustainable funding source for districts implementing TIA, so it's not local money. The process that we've done, our department, along with many others, have worked over the past several months in order to develop a local designation system and to submit our plan for TIA with our application in April. We have a few people still left with us tonight that served on the committees. So if you were on the TIA committee in any capacity, if you would please stand. Thank you very much. Back in May, principals submitted names to serve on the TIA committees, and 52 committee members consisting of 39 teachers representing pre-K through high school level in all 4 core contents, along with dual language, fine arts, CTE, SPED, AVID, and much more, were recommended and started serving. And in July of 2024, following a whole group meeting presentation, we had a presentation by Crowley ISD, who shared their journey with TIA with us. And after that meeting, all members were asked to pick one of the following committees to serve on, either the Eligibility and Student Growth Measure Committee, the T-Test Evaluation Measure Committee, or the Communication Liaison Committee. And so we've had 11 meetings so far, every single Tuesday, and you can see the different breakdown of the meetings. All information from the committee meetings were posted on the TIA website, on our GISD website, in effort to maintain transparency. And our plan will include 1-year eligibility with the expansion of eligibility for year 2 and 3. And we're going to be giving the campus presentations in January. So we're right on track and feeling good about our application being submitted in April. The first committee that I mentioned was the Student Growth Measure Committee. And the Student Growth Measure Committee met 4 times, and we used data to determine which teachers would be eligible for the Year 1 designation. They also looked at our current assessments that measure student growth to determine which measures were reliable, valid, and had fidelity of implementation. In our district, we have multiple measures that are reliable and valid to measure student growth, but currently, STAR is the only one that is implemented with fidelity at this time. So for the Year 1 cohort, we're going to be using STAR reading and math and to measure growth, and that will count for 60% of the total score. And going back to, on the slide for the Year 1, the teachers who are eligible for Year 1, that would be 4th grade reading through English 2, and 4th grade math through Algebra 1. But anyone who's not eligible in that very first year can immediately start on National Board certification. The second committee that met was our T-Test committee, and they met 3 times. They determined that teachers would need 3 walkthroughs and 1 formal observation. The committee also decided that it would be required for a teacher to score proficient or higher in all 4 T-test domains and dimensions. Only domains 2 and 3 will be averaged for the data. There are 8 dimensions in domain 2 and 3 for a total possible score of 40, so that's 40% of the overall score. The committee had talked about having an attendance component there as part of the requirement, but decided not to have an attendance component in year 1, but we will be reviewing attendance during the data capture year, so that's really year 2, and we'll talk more about that in a minute, and consider attendance requirements for future years. So as a recap, what do teachers have to be eligible? They have to score proficient in all dimensions of T-tests in domains 1 through 4, and they have to score at least a 3.7 or above when averaging domains 2 and 3 in T-tests. And they have to have 55% or above student growth on the STAR growth measure. If a teacher receives a designation, the monetary motivation is added to the teacher's salary for 5 years. And again, this is not local money, it's money from the state. Teachers can move up to the next level each year if the data supports that level. So if a teacher gets designated as a recognized teacher, the following year, if they meet the criteria, they could move up to exemplary and so on and so forth. And they would stay on those levels for 5 years. And after 5 years, they would need to requalify. So it is, you can see the amounts that are offered for the motivation are quite nice, and they are generated by calculating the teacher's level of designation as well as the socioeconomic and rural status of the school. So our schools that have higher economically disadvantaged rates, those teachers would make more money on the levels. Then we move into future eligibility. So our goal is to have as many teachers as possible eligible for the designation. We're starting small because that was recommended by the school districts who have already started this journey. And in year 1, like I said, we're starting small, but we're going to expand in year 2 and 3. If you'll look on the slide, in year 2, we plan on adding all pre-K through 3rd grade reading and math, and 5th through 12th grade science and social studies. And then in year 3, we're going to add on fine arts, language other than English, CTE, and SPED. And again, just to reiterate, all teachers are immediately eligible to pursue national board certification. Our last committee, our small committee, was the communications committee, and they met twice and were charged with creating a TAA vision statement. And you can see the vision statement there. It says, the Granbury ISD Teacher Incentive Allotment System is a locally designated system helped to recruit, retain, and reward the most effective teachers by prioritizing student growth outcomes and acknowledging best practices in teaching. This committee also developed recommendations of the who, the what, the when, and the how of campus presentations, and we'll be taking those recommendations to principals on December 4th at our principal PLCs. Oh, sorry, they met 3 times. I said 2. I apologize. So our next steps. Tomorrow night, we're going to be meeting with a big group. That will be our second meeting with the big group, all 3 committees combined, to finish up the spending plan. And then campus visits will be in January, where we'll roll out the information that we've been working on in TIA. And finally, we'll submit our TIA application in April, and if approved, next year will be our data capture year, and then the 3rd year will be our first payout for designated teachers, so that's pretty exciting. There are already 481 districts in Texas participating in TIA, with many more districts in the application process. So with that being said, we want to utilize TIA to help GISD be able to recruit, retain, and reward outstanding teachers and continue to make GISD an even better place. Do y'all have any questions?
Am I correct that once a teacher is designated on one of those levels, that is with them for 5 years, no matter where they go?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We have some, if you remember, earlier this year, you all approved a spending plan for teachers that we had that moved into the district that were already TIA designated. So, yes, ma'am, it would move with them.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Once the 5 years is up, do they get to reapply and have to go through the
They
same
can
process again?
requalify, yes, sir, and go through the same process, meeting the T-test requirements and the growth measurement requirements. Anything else?
Can you take me back to that slide?
Sure. I'm like, sure, come on.
So for eligibility, they have to, let's say, mastery.
Mm-hmm.
They have to be in the top 5 of the state.
Yes. Yes.
And so then my question is, are those standards achievable or reasonable or frustrating?
Well, again, the whole purpose of it is to recruit, retain, and reward, and we want to reward. My philosophy is, we want as many teachers to get it as possible, but we also don't want to just hand out trophies to everyone.
Agreed.
So teachers are going to be, they already work hard, so this is just going to reward them for the hard work that they do. But I do think that your question's a good one, because we have several teachers that are already designated when they moved in, and they said in their previous districts that a lot of teachers, whenever the awards came out, they were, I don't want to, maybe frustrated is not the right word, but they were a little confused because they thought everyone was going to get the money, and that's not the case. So we want to grow our teachers to make it possible for that, but as it stands, they would have to have a 4.5 in their T-tests, and 70% meet or exceed the growth measure. So,
Appreciate that, thank you.
no problem. Anything
And
else?
This is a statewide, this is the criteria set forth by the TEA, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and this is a program that was established by the legislature, is that correct?
Yes.
And the purpose of that is to recruit, retain, and reward our teachers that are already working hard, which I definitely agree. Do the teachers feel an extra amount of pressure to be involved in this?
I'm not sure that, really, like what we've explained, because we've had some teachers say, well, that's going to be a lot of hard work on us, but really, we should be showing student growth, and we should be doing well on our T-test evaluations. And so I don't think it's going to be doing what they already are doing. It's just going to get to reward them for that.
Okay, now let me ask you this. Since this does come from the legislature, this is also a program that could be taken away
Yes, ma'am.
as well.
It's written into it's a statute, but I guess eventually they could vote to take it away if they needed to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. No problem. Anyone else?
Thank you, Carla.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Whitefield, why don't you give us financial statement and cash flow and take us home?
Thank you, Madam President.
Or
Board, in
take
front
us
of-
back to closed session.
Closed session, this is correct. Thank you, Madam President. Board, in front of you, you do have the financial statements for the month ending October 31st, 2024. These are the financial statements that they include transactions only between September 1st, 2024 and October 31st, 2024. Revenue collected to date equals 9.38% of the budgeted amount compared to 8.8% in 23-24. The expenditures to date represent 20.51% on the budgeted compared to 19.68% in 23-24. The notable function on there that you will see is transportation, and it's at 41.49% as compared to 25.66%. That is because it does include the buses that we have purchased. Moving to the investment and cash flow report, you can see as of month end, we had $138,758.94 collected in interest revenue this month, for a total this year of $293,299.76. This time last year, we were at $266,603.85. So you can see there is still a little bit more coming in at that point. And those are your financials and your cash flow analysis. If you have any questions.
I don't see anyone raising their hand or looking up at me at all, so I'd say no. The time right now is 8:34, and we are closing, we're adjourning open, and we are going to take a, oh, that's right, we'll have to come back out. Well, oh, yeah, we're definitely, don't worry, we're definitely going to take a recess. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and then at 8:45, the board will meet in closed session. Thank you very much. Adjourned, closed, and we're giving people 5 minutes before we come back in here, and we will go through all of our closed items. All right, the time is now 10 p.m., and we are back in open session, and we are dealing with item 10. We are going to go through them one at a time, and I will be open to motions only, no discussion. Item 10A, consider staff recommendations and catastrophic leave request. Are there any motions?
Madam President, I move that we approve as discussed in closed session.
Thank you, Ms. Gore. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. And it is unanimous. Number 2, discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution to approve sale of real property, surface only, described as 7 acres, more or less, of unimproved property in Hood County, described as Lot 2, Block 1, Acton Elementary School Addition, located at 2850 Acton School Road, Granbury, Texas. Is there a motion?
Madam President, I move that we reject the sale of the 7 acres described as Lot 2, Block 1, Acton Elementary School Addition, located at 2850 Acton School Road.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wimberly. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And it is unanimous. Okay, last. Consider and take possible action regarding a special education matter. All right, moving on. No action to be taken. Consider and make possible action regarding community grievance.
I'd like to make a motion that the board take up consideration of the grievance.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you, Ms. Lowry. Those in favor of consideration of grievance, please raise your hand. And those opposed?
I was for, I'm sorry.
Okay, so that is unanimous. All right, that is all the work for the board tonight. The time is now 10:03, and we are adjourned. Thank you all so much.